right. Yo, Steady Chow, what's up, dude? Thanks for the Prime for 1 year. All right, let's get it. All right, let's go. Yo, Green, thanks for the resub for 11. Oh, it's a teammate. No! Oof. Oh my god. That was close. Lady Luck on my side this time. Of course he's gonna resummon his teammate from there. That's unlucky. That's unfortunate. The worst players won. I thought these guys were PvEers, to be honest. If I knew they were shitters, I think I would have just rushed the host and killed them. They even debuffed me and everything. It's crazy. That's interesting. It's hard to tell where they are. I think we should respawn. I wonder if they're here or somewhere else. Very rare that I get a misspawn in this particular spot. It's quite confusing. Oh, there he is. What the hell? What a weird spawn. made him do the jump. That's crazy. I need to... I need to get there myself. I died. Oh. That's no tracking. I got what I wanted, but not quite. Alright, okay. That's not worth it for me. Okay. Interesting strategy. Good thing I unlocked. What does he have now? Trying to kill him without healing, otherwise that would be too easy. Oops. Finish that. Hopefully he doesn't lag the finisher, that would be fucked up. Gave up. I don't know if we drained him. Maybe we made him heal like 12 times. We made him give up at least. Alright, Ash of War, Ash of War. Good fight. Oh. Thanks for the assist. I lost the host now. I don't know where he is. The dragon was attacking us. weird hit there. Not sure what happened. Blake, thanks for the resub for 10 months, man. Welcome back. Actually die there. Oh, I missed. Oh my god. Oh my god. Dude, he's so lucky. Bro, what is he doing? What was this guy doing? Already hard enough to get invasions. Oh no, yo, thanks for the resub for 14 months, man. Good evening. So far it's pretty slow, but it's understandable given the hour. Yes, MNI, that's true. I mean, the activity in general, like the game doesn't seem very active when you attempt to invade like this. Like it always takes a long time to get an invasion, and then when you do, you get fuckwalled. Like that. Okay, at least here I don't think we can get foggwalled, right? Oh, little lag. Oh, lots of lag. Oh my god, this guy's so laggy. Oh. Honestly, guys, okay, let's just try here. Oh wow, he actually got it. Bro, this guy is a nightmare. I think this is gonna be another fog wall. That's what's cool about this setup. You really only need one ash and then that's it. With all the buffs, my AR goes all the way to 923 though. That's a lot. Without the buff, 646. I think 646 is actually around like 200 Great Lance. On a strength build, obviously. Get this heal back. This is mildly annoying. Is Millennia better than Kiba for invasions? Yes, yeah. Because the Ash in invasions is quite good. Naga Kiba doesn't have any Ash of Wars that compete with Waterfowl, really. It doesn't have a delete button. For 1v1, Waterfowl is not that useful. He was swapping weapons. But there against this guy, we did some serious damage because we frosted him and we had Blood Boil Aromatic. So just with blood, I think I'll consider we were like our weapon was doing like or had let's say like 1,100 AR or something like that. Like with the frost and the blood boil. So that's quite significant. By the way, right now normally I have 80 dex, but with the Millicent Prosthesis it goes to 85. I could probably lower my dex to like 75 and put the points elsewhere, but to be quite honest, it's not really necessary. Like what I would do with those points is I would put it into endurance and then change my gloves. That's what I would do if I was to remake the stats for this, but I don't think it's necessary. Can't do that with Kiba. How much strength? Only 16. You only need 16 for this. And 16 is perfect because that's the minimum you need to two-hand Golem Great Bow. So it's just an overall good strength break point for Dex, I think. You soft swap Endure to use Waterfall? Yeah, I do. I have it too. I could hard swap it. Like it's right there, you know, like I could. Actually, it's one pick down. Wait, what? Anyway, the way they made Elden Ring with the swapping, often it's less reliable. Because like after you do an action, like you have to wait before getting into your menu. So unlike other Souls games, like this is actually slower than soft swapping. Soft swapping is faster in Elden Ring in a lot of situations. Like it's faster to just enter soft swap, do that. For Kiba, you need 18 strength. Yeah, so you actually save 2 points. Because you would not need 18 strength for anything else on the Dex build. In fact, even at 16 strength, there's really not that much that you need at 16 strength. Like I said, there's Golem Grade Bow, and that's pretty much it. Like other than that, Dex can do fine at 14 strength. And depending on what you're using, sometimes even 12 strength. But you need 16 for this weapon, so I have 16. No, two-handing Melania does not boost the Ash of War damage. In fact, your Ash of War damage, no matter which weapon you're using, is always scaling with the one-handed AR. So two-handing any weapon does not change the Ash of War weapon. It's always gonna do your one-handed AR damage. Bow. Good fight. Can't do that with Kiba. But yeah, obviously, no need to say that right now my entire setup is spec specifically for that attack damage. Like I have Shard of Alexander, Millicent Prosthesis, Wing Sword Insignia, and I have 85 dex, all things considered. So our damage is extremely high. And usually I'll pop a Blood Boil Aromatic to boost that damage another 20%. Just to make sure we kill with the Ash. So more often than not, when we go for that sort of trade, we end up winning. And even if we don't do the Ash of War, when you take into consideration all these buffs, the one-handed R2 for this is quite nasty. Like that's a very good attack, like this right there, because you keep prio with this. You keep prio, it's a very long attack. It has good stun. Like this is a good attack, and the running is also quite good. And you also have the crouch, who's a fast attack to make them panic. So everything considered, it's quite the nice setup. Yo, Modern Greek Hero, thanks for the sub, man. Thanks for the gifted, actually. Really appreciate that. Thanks a lot, dude. So it's the same as Riposte? Yes. Yes, indeed. So, you know, with the Ash of War damage only scaling off of one-handed AR, because of that, usually speaking, your Ashes of War are gonna do more damage on like Dex build and Fate builds, let's say, than Strength builds. Because usually your one-handed AR on a Fate build or a Dex build is going to be higher than Strength. The Strength usually like benefits more from two-handing the weapon, right? So usually if you want to go for a specific Ash of War, most of the time it's going to be optimal on either Dex or Fate. Magic, for some reason, usually doesn't have as good of a scaling, so technically you could add Magic in there, but usually Fate is better than Magic. Like, what? Am I tripping? Oh, he's down there. I just saw him. But we are so far from him. I was like, where is he? Like, the indicator is so far. He went down there. Hit me in the air. Interesting. Had time to go up. Guess there's another blue that got summoned. I wonder if the other blue is down there or up there. Okay, let's go up. player. Oh, there he is. I was curious to see the damage against like someone like fully optimized. Well, the guy was Rune Arc to be fair, so we could not one-shot the Rune Arc. And he also had the helmet that gave even more HP. What was he doing? He was busy watching a good streamer. But yeah, sometimes it's nice to test the damage against these guys, because when you get into a difficult situation, if you can't one-shot them, it gets a lot harder. Yeah, but technically that 2,700, like the guy has a window to roll once after the two first ash, or the first two parts of the ash. So technically he could get out of it. But I was not like fully buffed with this, so. Although I don't think you'd want to use Blood Boil in a 1v1. Be quite fair. The damage is real, man. Like this time we were buffed with Blood Boil. And you saw that the damage output was like even overkill. Yeah, Medios, I agree. No, I didn't really look for an answer as to how the guy got up there. I have no idea. Deadly Hand of JeeNiNe, yeah. You know why? Okay, I'm not gonna say it. You can insert any masturbation joke that you want. I was about to say, please don't be that guy at the rooftop again. I think they're close. Let's go fuck right now. Wait. Where are they? Okay, we are not on the right. I buffed up and everything. I think I might have wasted my buffs. We're on the wrong side of the map here. Still not quite sure why they spawned me there. The blizzard? I didn't notice anything. I wasn't paying attention. I didn't see if there was any special effect or something. I don't really always pay attention anymore. Like, I mostly play on autopilot. I don't really think about what I'm doing. On me. Now he's gonna visit me. Insane debuff, dude. What that debuff do? Well, it removes my physic, and he's Runark, and he's gonna have his physic, so that means he's gonna have like twice my health, basically. Probably a little more in this case, because I don't have like a dueling setup, so I don't have Crimson and Favor. Let's just panic roll away. Oh my god, dude. That's just pure luck. We fucking lucked out so much. We were so lucky in this one. The game did not want me to die. Did we survive by like a sliver of health? The dexterity saved you from dying from fall damage? How come? I'm not aware of that. That's crazy. Dex reduces fall damage? I did not even know that. It actually saved us. That's crazy, man. It like barely survived that fall too. And I think the other guy that fell off, I think he like fell just a little bit higher. And he was like just at the limit of dying. It was such a meme-worthy clip. I definitely have to be mindful of the bleed buildup though. That's very dangerous. Technically, I should be wearing, like, you know, verdigris stuff. Make sure I resist. We got an assist. Fight. I'm kind of tempted to go see that guy. You know, just changing my tallies in advance to at least be dueling ready. And now that I know that he debuffs, I'll be able to dodge it. Oh, he's not there anymore. Well, it's alright, doesn't matter. Good to go now. About cuckold, dude. Aw. Guys, at this point, Tarnished Edition needs to come out with some new maps. some new levels. New bosses, new DLC, new levels, new everything, guys. It's a full-fledged DLC, that's what Tarnished Edition is. Be kind of cool if they added cut content. Honestly, I'm not even asking for much. Like, just like, you know, like add like a Castle Morn type size area, right? Like, it doesn't need to be big. Like, just one little thing. That would be nice. Yeah, drunk. They are very slow indeed. Surely that's why it's taking that long, right? Yeah. That's why. You know what? I hesitated to kill him. Because I'm like, well, if I kill him now, I'm gonna have to wait for another invasion. But I'm like, if I don't kill him, the PvE will. We have to hurry up to kill them. Otherwise they fog wall us. We have to speedrun it. Oh, come on. You play with matchmaking on? Yeah, I don't have any restrictions. $2.2K? Yeah. Pretty wild, eh? I mean, to be fair, the setup is built around that attack. Drunk, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? He left a piss towel in the hallway? Dude, what the hell? That's fucked up. Dude, where do you live? Like, fucking Detroit? And what the fuck is a piss towel? Like, do you actually mean, like, you know, like a towel actually full of piss? Yeah, that sounds pretty bad, honestly. They let their dog shit in the hallway? That's fucked up. That's sad. Feel bad for you, man. I'm assuming you can't really move, otherwise I'm sure you would. I feel that. Kind of decent there. Yeah, Drunk, it's the same here in Canada. Rental market is almost well, not non-existent, but affordable, let's say, is non-existent. They almost got me. I got too greedy there. I've been steamrolling people. I could have killed the host like right from the jump start with the Ash, and I got greedy. I went for the other guy. I almost paid for it. That's what happens when the activity is slow like that. You wanna Make the invasion last a little longer, you know? Wasn't sure about that with the elevation. Why is the light rolling? Light rolling because of the physics. I didn't think there was any opportunity for the Ash of War there. Where is he? I rolled. It ate the input because I blocked. That's fucked up. Thanks, Elden Ring, for the input eating. Always reminding us that the game's bad. Oh, bright. Sorry for flashbanging you guys. Didn't think it would be that bright. Hey boy, good luck finding them. Definitely looks like they're in the conduits. Wait, are they below? No, they're below. Can I jump here? I don't think so. You know what, let's sort of respawn. Here we Like hit right to his side. Hopefully they're not below me. Oh, why is this? I think it's like the third time we invaded this guy. Bro, camera, leave me. Oh. Alright, let's get our stand back. Dude, we almost got fucked by this terrible map. I could not see him, the camera was just too close to walls and shit. He almost got us. Nice. The poop shower. Just what the doctor ordered. Actually ate my input again. Nice. Oh my god, this guy's net is terrible. Yo, this map is terrible, man. Brutal. At least we have the one tap option. Yo, drunk. Thanks for the brain cell. Only good use of it. Oh my god. We're gonna run a little more. Jesus fucking... Oh my god. Oh, I survived! This is crazy. Maybe here now. We need to get somewhere where there's some cover so we can separate them. Like these birds there will do. Well, guys, we survived. Dude, today I'm actually so lucky in general. Like it's been like 3 times this stream that we fell because I was not looking at where I was going. We ended up like falling in a good spot. much dex do I have? I have 80 dex, but with the Millicent Prosthesis, it gives me 85. But you have to keep in mind, like, this whole setup is made for the Hand of Millennia Ash of War damage. Like, it's made for Waterfowl Dance to one-shot. And all 3 talismans are for that damage. Like right now, Shard of Alexander is like just pure 10% extra Ash of War damage, and Millicent and Rotten Wing, they kick in, like the damage boost kicks in for the second part of the Ash of War, so war damage there is even greater. That's a bad spot. Yo, the lag, what the hell? What's the... Dude, his teammate left him. Okay, that was lucky and unlucky. He almost died there. I played that sloppy. That's my fault. Nice. I say nice, but we might get fog walled. I think we're gonna get fog walled here. They're too far from us. At least we got the good spawn. There's 3 of them, it says. he just let go of the controller? Make sure the blue is not there. He's, I think he's just, oh damn it, he's just rolling out of stun. Like, it looks like his timing is impeccable, but I legit think he just got lucky the whole time. That was strange though, like the Phantom just stopped moving. Maybe controller disconnected or something. He went down, but he's going up. Questionable. His latency saved them from getting killed a few times. We needed the trade to get the rock proc because his latency was simply too high with the eye armor, even if we kept outplaying him like crazy. There's no Gundyr equivalent in this game. There's nothing like Gundyr. Oh, there's 2 players in there. That's gonna be quite tough. Um... Bro, what the fuck? He scared me, dude. That was funny. What's the state of Souls PvP? It's pretty bad. I'd say it's pretty dead overall. Like if you compare it to how it's been like in the past Souls games. Like past Souls games, like 4 years into their life cycles, it was way more active. Like actually Dark Souls 3 had a massive resurgence 4 years in. Yeah, I remember that clearly. Like it was like more PvP players than like 3 years in. It had like a late resurgence. Elden Ring is just going down constantly. It's just a constant fall. Unfortunately, the PvP is just not that great in Elden Ring. So, it is what it is. Yeah, I agree, Drunk. I agree with you. Elden Ring has the worst PvP in your opinion? I think you're fundamentally right, but I think it also has the most potential. Like, it has the most wasted potential. Like, Dark Souls 3, for instance, had better PvP overall, but Dark Souls 3 didn't have, like, you know, as many attack variety. So, like, at the core, Dark Souls 3 was fundamentally flawed because only a few weapons were viable. That's not true in Elden Ring. There's a ton of weapons that are viable. Like, the issue around Elden Ring is really the structure. Like, you cannot have team invasions, you cannot have fight clubs, you know, you can't have more than like 2 duels at a time because of the physics mechanic. There's just everything is done wrong, like around the structure. So, you know, different game, different problems, but I think if we have to look at it holistically, I think Elden Ring is the most flawed one. But, you know, I think Elden Ring is also the easiest one to fix because we can, like, point out exactly what needs fixing and the game would be fixed, you know? Like, you increase the player limit, you know? You make it so that 2 invaders can join a world, and then when there's 2 invaders in the world, a blue can join to make it like a 4v2. That would fix in like invasions entirely. You make the physic effect like part of the build, like some sort of perk, a permanent effect. Obviously, you'd have to tune some of these effects, like, you know, the infinite blue juice, right? You'd have to either keep this one on a timer or like reduce the effect to, like, you know, the perk is like minus 20% FP like all times or whatever. You know, there's ways around tweaking that stuff, but having the physic be permanent would be important to not like cuck people out of doing like different PvP encounters, and also that would be useful for people that want to beat a boss and then beat another one without having to just sit at the grace. That would be useful for that, but you can't do that in this game because of the physic timer. And then obviously there's still some, you know, some balance issues here and there, you know, with like blind spot, you know, like dueling shield, BHS, you know, that sort of stuff. And not to mention the bugs that are present in this game that eat your inputs. But, you know, you take care of all that stuff, the game is a lot better. And, you know, it's not like it's some like nuance fixes. Those are all like clear things that could be fixed and fairly easily fixable. So it's not like no one would be able to do it. But it is the game that we got, so whoever decides to stick with it. You know, it's not like Elden Ring's a bad game or anything like that. It's just that the PvP did not land, that's all. And there's a few things that have been implemented that are just not thought through properly. Like the physic on the timer, like it in practice, you know, like it makes sense to, you know, have like a special effect for the boss, but this whole gameplay that's like it's built around buffing, because that's what it is, right? Like the game gets massively harder or easier or lopsided depending on how much you buff. It's a game that's built around buffing, and I'd argue that a game built around buffing is not that compelling either. Doesn't PvP and PC have more players? The funny thing is, actually, no. But the few tryhards left are on PC, like the 20 or so of them are mostly on PC. And I say 20 or so, like people think I'm joking. It's actually around that number. I don't think we have 10 to buff. can see. Dude, the lat is so high that my character attacked like forward, even locked onto him. Like I was locked onto it and my attack was like there and the host was like here. That was so strange. Crazy stuff. That's a good observation. I mean, this game is very buff heavy. Like, we've never had that many buffs in this game. And as far as PvE is concerned, obviously the outcome of your fight is gonna massively change depending on how buffed you are, especially in PvE, because the effect of buffs in PvE is massive. You're talking about like sometimes like 50% more defense or more offense. Like, that stuff is crazy. Like, that's the difference between like getting 2 hit and getting 4 hit. And even in PvP as well, like if you're fighting someone that's not on his physic and you have your physic, you almost have like twice as much health as they do. Pretty crazy. Like, you basically, you cannot have a fair fight if one guy has the physic, the other doesn't, or one guy is like has some sort of buff and the other guy doesn't. Like, because the buffs are so massive in this game. Like, everything is like 10% minimum. Like in DS3, like the buffs that we had was like 5% for the strongest fucking like little pellet to resist element. In this game, there's a lot of them. But anyway, I digress. You know, this is the game we got, and you know, it is what it is. Actually, since this is gonna be like a duel, let me set up real quick. No, not this. Give me 1 sec. Alright. Come on. Supposed to have that. You gotta read it. That's a backstab, by the way. Oh. Yeah, I got a little lucky start. Space. He got blocked by the bug. Aw, fake duels, dude. Bro. Insane EO by the guy. Dude felt like he had to the Estus in the duel, and also got like a free hit right at the start. Dishonest. Okay, we good now. Go back to our invasion setup. I don't think content creators make the game stagnate. That's just false. Like all the PvP content creators, like if you're talking like Steel, I, Chase, Lost, like legitimately all of us, like we change like setups every single video. It's like everyone does a rotation of like a bunch of different builds and a bunch of different setups. So I don't think you can say that. I don't think it's fair to say that. Like all the content creators that do PvP, like we all mix up our content. Of course I'm saying that, or it's true though. Like look at all of us. Like everyone changes setup constantly. You can just look at any like vid history for any of the content creators. You'll see that everyone changes weapons constantly. You're just wrong there though. Like there's nothing to admit or to not admit. Like you can just look at the channel. You'll see that everyone does different vids like over time. So that's not us that determine what people use. If anything, it gives people an incentive to try new things. That's what I've seen. Like when I did the Iron Jar build, I've had people tell me that they tried the Iron Jar for the first time, you know? So you could say like they're copying the meta, but when I'm playing with Iron Jar, I'm not playing meta. It's just figuring out something quirky, and then players then get inspired to play with something they've never played before. You could call it a bad thing. I don't think that's a bad thing. I think it's... Focus here. I need it barely there. Okay, we're gonna try something. Try to jump here. I think for this, could be above. I think they are. That is not what I wanted, but that's good because he's gonna respect me now. Nice. Nice, that was nice. Yo, Owen, how you doing, man? Thanks for the raid, bro. Really appreciate that. Today I'm doing some, or tonight I should say, doing some Hand of Millennia PvP. But the catch is, she gave some serious hand jobs. I mean, you can understand looking at it, the weapon, you know, it's so heavy. But going back to the topic, we pretty much one-shot everyone with the Ash of War. Players in there. Oh, that's the rat. I thought it was the guy. No, that's not a... Wait, what? Dude, I thought it was a rat, then I thought it was a goat, then I thought it was a rat again, then I saw that it was a goat. Pretty crazy, isn't it? Alright, both myself and this guy are buffed, so we're gonna do massive damage to each other. Any of this. Oh my god, bro. Okay, change of plan. Oh shit. This guy's Moonveil is nasty. This is nuts. I don't even want to do waterfowl because if the host catches me, I'm dead. Have to wait his buff out. Oh. He's not pushing now. That's unlucky. Elden Ring moment, then he gets stunned. We definitely have to be careful about the host. Alright. You know what? Just for precaution, let's do that. Dude, this host... this host Moonveil was a 2-tapper. That's crazy. hope Tarnished had an instant madness weapon combo. Yeah, I think that would be appropriate. Yeah, I definitely agree with you, Drunk. I think it's definitely like the way the game is made is subject to this outcome. Then everything else that happens around it is just, you know, adding to it. But at the end of the day, it's the game design that dictates how the game is right now. Definitely agree with that. You think you think Tarnish will cause a power creep? Dude, that'd be so funny if like the 3 or 4 weapons that they add if they actually are like like power creeping the other ones. That'd be funny. I don't think I would mind it because I think from what I know it's like one light great sword, one great sword, one ultra great sword. Oh, sorry, one curved great sword. I don't know if I'm missing one. Oh yeah, the weird shield, Matador shield thing. That's like 4. So yeah, there's those. I think it would be hard to power creep Freya's curved greatsword. Like if a curved greatsword comes out and it's stronger than Freya, that'd be crazy. As if DLC power creep wasn't enough, dude. DLC power creep is definitely real. Guys, what do you think is the strongest DLC spell? I think it's Gravitational Missile, right? And then Blades of Stones, those are like the 2 strongest spells, and they're from the DLC. What about weapons? What are the strongest weapons? I think Clean Rot would be probably number 1. That's not a DLC weapon, but after that, it would probably be like the dueling shields. Maybe BHB and Blind Spot, stuff like that, right? Also, in the strongest spell, you have the projected eel thingy. Forgot what it's called in this game. In a lot of cases, the strongest weapon for each category comes from the DLC now. Not all the time, but most of the time, I think. Yeah, eel from afar. There you go. Thank you. Yeah, eel from afar. It doesn't have any business in the game, dude. That shit is obnoxious. Gotta take what's given to us. I think stuff like Eel from Afar would have a, you know, a reason to exist if the recovery was massive, right? Like if it had massive recovery to cast, or if it just simply didn't work on the caster himself, then I think it could be balanced. I also think this game could use, you know, a Vow of Silence type spell, like, you know, a spell that just shut down spells for 30 seconds. Yeah. guess the closest thing we have to that is like invisible form coupled with Assassin's Gambit, right? So that people can't lock onto you. That's probably the closest thing we got. But, you know, that's not really intended either. It's just a funny interaction. And, you know, it's not gonna save you from gravitational missile, for instance. Let's see here. Oh, good fight. But you know, there's not just. I know it's always like more of the topic of conversation to talk about the bad stuff, but I mean, Elden Ring still does a lot of good. Like, yeah, I've been saying for the longest, I'm the biggest fan of the crouching attack that they added in this game. Like, it's so nice to have like more neutral attacks because like before we only had like, you know, like I think like more attacks, like, you know, you have running R1, running R2, like that's just really nice. Like, it's really nice to have more variety there. And that's a big deal because it's core combat. Spread crossbow and bone bow is also crazy. Oh yeah, that's DLC crazy right there. Dude, the sleep crossbow is it's completely nasty. And jumping. I've always been praising jumping, but I think the older the game gets, the more I think that jumping is not quite done correctly. Like, it's nice to have the variety, but the only issue I have with jumping, and I don't really think that's that much of a jumping issue itself, it's just the more I think about it, the more I don't think that jumping over attacks is actually that beneficial for the game, because it creates more like it's just random. Like when some attacks are jumpable, like it's really just a 50-50. Like it removes some skill away from the game and transforms it into a 50-50. And then a lot of the jumping attacks are just like amazing forward momentum. So they don't necessarily need to have like the iframes on the legs on top of that. So I think if I was to tweak jumping, I think I would actually remove the iframes from the legs. Yeah, everyone jumps out of it, stun, make it stop. Yeah, pretty much that. Like, that's what I've sort of got to over time, like as a conclusion. Where am I? Oh, okay, there you go. Where is he? Oh, there he is. Can I jump here? Definitely can't hear. Are there many of them? No, he's by himself. Good fight. Really good fight. Although, you know, like as much as I just criticize jumping, I don't think I would blame FromSoft though for the way they implemented it, because the experiment was definitely made sense. Like the way they implemented jumping the way it is now, like you have to admit that on paper that stuff really makes sense, and even in practice it seems like it makes sense until you get like really accustomed to the game. And then like you said, like the whole like jumping out of its done and the 50-50 stuff, not the most skillful stuff. Like, you can still have jumping, just maybe not like iframes on the legs. Like make the jumping attacks be more of a like a real like punish that you earn instead of just a 50-50 a lot of times. That's just my opinion though. People are free to think whatever they want. Doesn't make them right though. If half the skills and spells didn't exist, the game would be better. Oh boy. We just got fog walled. Oh no, never mind. He's actually inside the boss room. We can't even join him. I think if you guys wonder what the design philosophy means, it's pretty simple. It's basically like the direction and the design decision that lead to a certain direction. Like for instance, if you have a design philosophy that favors the power fantasy, well, you're gonna like have a lot of power creep, you know, you're gonna have a lot of weapons that feel like all over the top, that sort of stuff. You could have the opposite, a design philosophy that favors the more skillful play, you know, just like basically sports, right? Like if you've watched or played sports, you know that in professional sports the better team or the better players win. Like, you know, like I think tennis is a perfect example. Like tennis is an extremely like skillful sport, and so the design philosophy of the sport tennis is definitely not luck, you know, or if any sort of power fantasy. It's really a skill-based design philosophy for the person who came up with the sport in the first place. It's similar with video games, like the design philosophy around when we talk about gameplay. It's really around these sort of decisions. But yes, it is a broad spectrum, like but like, you know, when we look at Elden Ring, I think we can say that a lot of the design philosophy came from the lens of people who don't necessarily play the PvP. Yo, Blackbrain, how you doing, man? Oy. Like, okay, we're gonna change area. We're not getting anything anymore here. Not that I actually think it matters, but you know, let's try different places. Twitch is ran by lizard people. I don't know, maybe you're right. No idea. It's funny. I don't think Jeff Bezos is a lizard though. You know, like if you watch like a lot of his old interviews, like this guy is basically just a nerd who became a businessman. A very successful one, of course. You heard in Steel Stream that location matters? Yes, it does. Like, we learned that fairly recently, but apparently it was known almost since the game came out. Like, where you invade from basically dictates which pool of area you're going to be searching. It's random, but you're only going to be searching like 5 areas at a time, and the areas are going to change depending on where you are on the map. So moving a little bit can help sometimes, like, you know, from one race to another. It's going to be quite difficult to win in this terrible location, but I'm going to give it a shot. Uh-oh, we are fucked now. Bro, I am so fucked. I'm a ghost. He doesn't see me. I cannot believe we won that, dude. This is what's called, like, picking your shot, dude. Even, I know he had 900 HP, but it doesn't matter, because we do, like, we do, like, 2,200, so it just kills everyone. Oof. I definitely, like, took the slimmest chance that I had of winning this. I really took the only little sliver of of winning condition that I could have. Why does YouTube demonetize you, Drunk? Like, it doesn't happen to me unless I use, like, copyrighted content, of course. I think the only time where I got a vid demonetized for, like... Well, I'm gonna say no reason, but I know the reason why was that I had an Armored Core 5 vid, and in the vid, like Armored Core 5, like even though it's an old game, the visuals, it was like warfare, and YouTube actually thought this was like actual war footage. So my vid got demonetized for being war footage. I had to change things because I couldn't let it stay there. It's pretty funny. But I've heard that happen to multiple people for different games though. Like sometimes the algorithm will think that your video game is some sort of war footage, especially when there's like tanks and helicopters and there's a lot of smoke. Like I've seen that happen like to a few creators. Especially like people that play like Arma or like, you know, these more like military games, like not a mech game like Armored Core, but still funny. It's probably just swearing. You swear a lot. Yeah. Yeah, honestly, I tried to swear less too, just because of it definitely doesn't help the algorithm when you swear. Like your vid get pushed a lot less. But I mean, in my defense, like I learned to speak English with a bunch of black dudes from Brooklyn, so I speak like them. It's just how it is. That's how I learned to speak English. As you know, English is not my first language, of course. Yeah, Sander, I before video games, I didn't speak English. Like, legitimately, I learned to speak English playing video games. Otherwise, I never learned to like speak English outside of that. That's how I learned. I learned to speak English by talking to people over video games. And there was a lot of us that learned that way from all ages too. Like, I don't think there's a specific age to learn a language like that if you're immersed. If you're immersed and you're willing to learn, I think you can learn at any age. But obviously you need to have the desire to learn. No, French is not that much more common in Canada, but in Quebec it's the main language. So, like, you can... Like, if you live in Quebec, like, everyone speaks French, and half of everyone, half the people speak English, but they all speak French too in Quebec. And for the rest of Canada, it's like barely anyone speaks French, and then everyone speaks English. Like in Montreal, it's going to be very rare to find someone that doesn't speak English, but still most people speak French. Oh yeah, the people I learned to speak English with, these guys used to swear a lot, but they were really funny. Really cool dudes, honestly. It's the philosophy was very different. Like, they would trash talk a lot, but, you know, when everything was all said and done, like, you know, like, no one gave a shit. Like, you could shit talk someone, and the day after they were super cool with you, and no one cared. It was more for the, like, they like to talk shit, and so that's another thing that I kept with me, right? Like, I talk a lot of shit, but when everything's all said and done, like, I don't actually care, like, the next day. But people sometimes people get very bothered by that, because it's, I want to say it's almost like a different philosophy or culture even. It's like you talk shit more for the competitive spirit more than you actually like, you know, mean anything. Oh wow, that was weird. And it just disappeared. You know, when you think about it, I know it's gonna be like crazy for a comparison, but hear me out. Like in combat sports, a lot of athletes will talk a lot of shit before fights, right? Sometimes it's to promote the fight, but it's, you know, it's the animal nature, right? And then when the fights are done, very often, like the fighters, you know, they hug and it's all like water under the bridge, right? And everyone understands the shit talking game, so to speak. Even though like video games are not really serious in any way. The idea that we stop being human because we play video games is obviously not true, right? I actually ate my input because I blocked it. Careful about the spell spam. Gonna have to play around this tree here. Nope. I thought it was another spell. This is very difficult to finish them because of all the spam. We take that trade. All right. This invasion was difficult because of the nature of the game, dude. Like, it's easy to kill one if you can separate them, but you're basically constantly getting thrown missiles at you, like, that basically two-shot. And so you have to play super careful. And you just have, like, just a tiny bit of cover. Like, you have one tree to dodge all the spells. Just one little tree, that's it. It's very difficult to manage, like, a lot of spell spam like that. Talk about the UFC. You still a fan? I don't like to call myself a fan of anything, but I enjoy watching the UFC from time to time when there's fights that I want to watch. But to be fair, I think the era where I knew like all the fighters, like you know, like if you're coming from Quebec, Canada, especially from Montreal, like the reason why you started watching the UFC is Georges St-Pierre, you know. And so I'm in the same boat. I started watching the UFC because of GSP. So I know more the fighters of that era, but I still know like some fighters from this era as well. Like I enjoy, like I've watched like pretty much all the fights from John Jones, all the fights from Charles Oliveira, Alex Pereira. Like those are some of the fighters that I enjoy watching. Like I enjoyed watching like Islam Makhachev is, I think, better than Khabib, but casual fans will say otherwise. Khabib was good too, but the level of competition that he faced is not the same as Islam. Islam's level of competition that he's facing is extremely high. And then Khamzat's super entertaining as well. I actually really enjoyed watching a lot of fighters with different styles. Usman really, I know, like, sometimes people meme on, like, some styles, but I think Usman was really enjoyable to watch, too. A lot of good fighters in the UFC, man. You know, I would say, like, you know, Demetrius Johnson, but if I'm being completely honest, like, his fights in the one championships were way better than in the UFC, because the level of competition that he was facing in the UFC was nowhere near the level of competition that he faced in 1FC. 1FC fights for that division were really nice. But yeah, I think, like, if you want to talk like UFC and fighting in general, you always have to keep in mind that the record in itself is not worth as much as the level of opposition that people have been facing. Because not all divisions are equal, and not all time period are equal for each division either. Like, there are times when a division is a little bit lighter, and other times where a division is a little bit more heavy and dense in high level competition. But what you have to appreciate is when, like, let's say a champion like Islam faces another champion like Volkanovski. Like, those are two legit fighters, and so whoever wins that fight gets even more credibility, because those fights are tough. Barely made it, but we made it. Is he gonna DC? He gave up. That's great. You think Volk won the first fight with Islam? No. I'm gonna be honest with you, like, I know it's a little bit empty to say that, but I'd like to think I'm pretty objective in my assessment of stuff. Like, I was rooting for Volkanovski, and I definitely thought that Islam, like, won the first fight. Like, you know, like someone asked earlier, like, are you a fan? Like, I'm not a fan of, like, anyone. I don't look up to anyone, or not a fan of anyone. I enjoy certain fighters, but like, same thing with that fight. Like, I was rooting for Volk, obviously, you know, the underdog, but you have to give it to Islam. He was the better fighter, and he definitely proved it on the following fight. He was extremely dominant. I feel like Islam doesn't get enough credit because he's always, like, somehow in the shadow of Khabib. But the thing with Khabib is, even though he was an absolutely amazing fighter, the level of competition, again, that Khabib faced is nowhere near the one Islam faced. Oh wow, nice block. Oh, that's it. He tried to R1 out of stun. I love that R2, dude. Keep that priority. Islam's so much better than Khabib. I don't know about, like, so much better, but I feel like people really undersell how good Islam is. Like, he's such a complete fighter. Like, right now, like, if I had to pick, like, the best fighter right now, I'd definitely say Islam. Like, you know, like, the pound for this current generation, I'd say Islam. Although I will say, like, Hamzat was starting to be in the conversation there. It's unfortunate that he lost to Strickland, because he was, like, so dominant. was scary how dominant he was. Uh-oh. Bro. It ate the jump because I blocked, guys. That's insane. That's Elden Ring reminding us that the game is bad every single time. It doesn't matter how good you are at this game, like, this game will bullshit you for no reason. And it's not even your fault, that's the worst part. No, I don't think Kamza didn't want to be there. I think what happened with the last fight is that he, like, clearly his health, like, clearly from the weight cutting, like, he was not feeling well. Like, I mean, it was pretty clear. But the guy has so much heart that he just fought through it. You also have to give the credit to Strickland. Like, there's a reason why Strickland upset Adesanya, who was one of the more dominant fighters we've had. There's a like, you don't get lucky, like, you know, like, there's this expression, right? Like, you always have like a puncher's chance, so people that strike and hit hard always have this chance of like knocking you out, right? But you don't get lucky, you do not get lucky being a volume striker. So Strickland didn't get lucky. But I will say that if you rerun that fight multiple times, I think comes out on top most of the time. But yeah, it definitely didn't appear to be 100% there. That's just my view on it. And even then, to be quite honest, at the end of the fight, I had Kamzat winning. I thought Kamzat had it, but I don't think I would call it like controversial or a robbery. Like, it was just, it's one of those fights where it's just so close that, you know, it is what it is, one way or the other. Like, if you're a fighter and you go like to that extreme, like, you cannot like blame the judges or anything like that. Like, if you want to win convincingly, you have to win convincingly, you know. But it was a very good fight. I really enjoyed that fight. Thank you, game. We barely survived. Holy shit, dude. Well, guys, we made it. I'm gonna get spelled here. Yep. Why I moved a little bit. Holy laggy shit! Oh my god. Almost got fucked by the best. Oh my god, get deleted, fucker. Bro got deleted. Bro, the other... Oh, okay, never mind. I was about to say. saved him. There's no way to approach here, unfortunately. We got a teammate that's going to be needed here with all the spell spam. And the lag too. These guys are not good, but they're very latent. And gravitational missile too. And I think my teammate is jerking off in a corner somewhere. Come on. There you go. My teammate was jerking off in a corner somewhere, but he joined the fight. Gotta give it to him. If he's jerking off, you think he's busting on them? Yeah, he definitely was at the end, you know, like he started in the corner and then he ended up on them afterward. Okay, Minator, how you doing, man? Yeah, that dagger is really nothing to be excited about, I think. I'd much rather have Wakazashi one-handed than any of the two-handed daggers, really. I think the only fun one two-handed is the fire one, you know, the one that that hits twice on the R2. That one's interesting. But the other ones, I don't really see a point of using them two-handed. You know, unless you're just trying to have fun with it. Hey, that's the same guy.
Hey.
Alright.
Hey.
Oh, that stunned me. He's not fighting. What are you doing, buddy? I can't kill him now. I have to watch him. Okay, I just fucked up our arena. Alright. Oh, nice jump. I guess the guy wanted to 1v1, but you know, I respect it, but he doesn't need to. It's not very entertaining for me. You liked when I R2? That's the thing, right? Like, I feel like I was really the first, like, person to utilize, like, these R2s on these, like, specific weapon. Like, this, the whole, like, straight sword R2, sword and board, like, utilizing straight sword R2. I'd never seen anyone do that. And I'm playing this, like, the same way, like, utilizing the weapon mainly for the R2s. And then, obviously, when the guy's one-shot, you utilize the R1 backswing, but I really like the staggered R2s because you keep priority. That's why I like it. It's quite nice. As you know, like with most weapons in this game, you don't keep priority, meaning that if you attack someone and you stun them, they can attack you back like right after. Like if you do that, like, you know, your second hit there is not gonna stun, and if you do that, well, the stun is so short for your R1 that by the time you do the second one, they'll have time to attack you like between it. And so with this one, the stun is much longer when you hit them with the R2. And the recovery is very short for the R2, so you keep priority. Unless you're fighting some dumb hyper armor that starts instantly, then, you know, you'll be able to tank your attack, but that's another story. And to be fair, like using the R2s like that is somewhat of like a trademark. Like back in Dark Souls 3, it was really the same. Like, I was like the first one to start using the R2, like mainly the R2s with Claymore. Like, just instead of doing R1, like I'd always R2 and then aim the R2 away when I thought that the attack would miss. And like I developed a whole playstyle around just the R2s basically. Yeah, Naga Kiba does have the same R2, so if you're dueling technically with the Kiba, you'd have the advantage of having that R2, and then you could mix it up with a Flame Strike, which would be extremely strong. But, you know, for the context of Invasion, I don't think Kiba is as good as this one, because, you know, with Kiba you can't do that. Like for invasions, the dynamic for which weapon is best really changes because you can heal as much as you want pretty much, and so can your opposition. So what matters when you're invading is having an attack that does massive damage quickly. And you know, you can outplay someone for like a few exchanges, but if they keep healing, it won't matter if you keep outplaying them over and over, but you can't finish them. And so with an attack like that, even if they outplay you for most of it, like, you know, like earlier we had an invasion in front of the Bale Dragon area, you know, with the rocks and you can't go anywhere. I was basically getting, well, I don't think outplays the right term, but I was getting pressured by all three of them. I couldn't attack back. And I did like one attack back at them, and it was the Ash of War. And, you know, I did one tap the host. So this is just a perfect example of why the better weapon, quote unquote, that's the better weapon in duel is not necessarily the best option for invasions, because you want that delete button when you're invading. Because you won't get a lot of chances, and when you do, you need something that basically one taps them or two taps them. Those are usually the strongest invasion setups. But like if you're 1v1ing someone with no heal or anything, you know, chances are it's gonna be very difficult to land this. Like this attack is very telegraphed and easily punishable. So if you're not gonna land this attack in a duel, why even have it? Then the argument for using Nagakiba is much stronger, because you basically have the same moveset, a little bit more range, and you can put whatever Ash of War you want on it, you know? So like you could have instead like a Flame Strike, which is way stronger in 1v1. Like with a Flame Strike katana like that, what you do, it's like you'd R2 like that. You know, you do R2 and then staggered R2, and then the next one, you basically Flame Strike as a mix-up, and it roll catches them. And that sequence alone, like, gets your opponent to half HP in a duel. Or BHS on every, yeah, or BHS on everything. Oh yeah, and yeah, getting it early in the invasion like that, yeah, that's also free. Yeah, when you spawn in and you're invulnerable, and like, let's say you spawn like right next to the fog wall, and they're about to enter the fog wall, you basically like, you spawn, you rush up to them, and then you kill all three of them with one Ash. But keep in mind, you need to have the setup for it, right? Like, I have 80 dex, 85 with the prosthesis, you know, we have Shard of Alexander, and then both tallies for multi-hit damage, so the whole build is made to one-tap with that Ash. So you wouldn't necessarily be able to one-tap like this if you just had like a normal dex build, but for this, because we have so much dexterity and all our talismans are set up for that specific damage, then we one-tap them. Which is what you want, again, when you're invading. Like, I think for the first 2 years of playing this game, I had it all wrong with my talisman setups. I would always, like, basically like in Dark Souls 3, like, because in Dark Souls 3 the motto was survivability. Because the dynamic for DS3 in this game is very different invasion-wise. And really the big lines are, in Dark Souls 3 your job is to survive until you get a teammate. Like, no matter what the situation is, if you're outnumbered, you don't need to win while being outnumbered. All you need to do is you survive until you get some help, and then you engage. And so for the sake of survivability, it's way better to have like talisman setups that are catered towards surviving. And it's the same idea like in Dark Souls 3. If you're in a 1v1, if you want to win the 1v1, then, you know, like, you're gonna have like a 1v1 oriented setup mostly. And so in this game it's quite different. There's no point in surviving for a long time. You're not gonna get any help in this game. So you, like, what you want is to maximize the amount of damage and basically be able to kill in the least amount of hits possible. because you're not gonna have many chances. That's why I've been using a lot Blood Boil Aromatic, even though it debuffs you for 25%, and it only boosts your offense by 20%. So technically, it's a losing proposition. You lose 5%, but because it's so hard in this game to win while being outnumbered, you need that extra damage. You need that 1-tap or that 2-tap potential. And so it's better to take the disadvantage of taking more damage for the exchange of being able to 2-tap or 1-tap someone. Because the moment you try to play with setups that take a lot of outplaying to kill people, it works in duels, but you can't do that in invasions. You just do not have the time and space to do that. And you very, very, very rarely ever separate someone to where you can like 1v1 them for like a minute before their friend arrive. It just doesn't happen in this game. Like, what will happen is you'll get chased down by 3 people. Like, 1 or 2 of them will have range attacks, and you'll be forced to play around a structure that has cover in some capacity. And you'll be taking cover from all the projectiles, and then you'll want to attack them around the corner, hopefully with something that can one-shot. Like, for instance, today it's Hand of Millennia, but, you know, you take another stream, it's going to be Gravitational Missile, another stream it's going to be, you know, some other stuff, like Borderlands, you name it. Like, basically try something new every stream, or almost. Sometimes, though, I try stuff that's not necessarily good, per se, but I'm just curious about them. Like, you know, we've had streams where we just played Sword and Board for invasions, which is super suboptimal. But you try to make the best of it. You know, you Sword and Board, you still have a shield, you can parry with it, so... maybe you fish for crit a little bit more than you usually would, because that's your one-shot potential, so to speak. But, like, you know, if I was to play with what I think is the strongest setup for... well, let's not say strongest setup. Let's say for a dex build, what I would feel more comfortable with would be to basically, like, set myself so... like, I mainly use the dagger like that, and then for my swap, I have, like, Weed Cutter, and, like, I can swap for the Great Katana for, like, the running attack for chase down, and then roll catch them into that. Like, that's what I'd feel more comfortable with for, like, the dex build. Because that's, like, a good mix of, like, that dagger is a very strong weapon in 1v1. It's good at finishing people, it's good at roll catching, and then the Rakshasa does big damage. But I'm gonna be honest, tonight so far, that katana with waterfall dance has been quite strong. Like sure, we died a few times, like, but to be quite honest, I think the times we died today were all like my fault. I think there was like 2 inputs eating that happened today where I'd really, you know, hard to blame yourself for that. I blame the game, but like it was not the fault of the setup is what I'm trying to say. Like, so far I'd say the setup has been very good for invasions. But no surprise, right? It's an Ash of War that can kill someone with 1 Ash. And then you have, like, I haven't used it in a little bit, but you have Endure here to, like, endure into the Ash, which is quite nice. Okay, we have some PvE to help us out there. Okay, probably above. I think I don't want to get ambushed, so I'm gonna... oh, never mind, they're not above. Oh shit, there they are. Great game. I think the host just stayed back there. Like, right now the host is by himself, so I don't actually need to go for Blood Boil. It's not even there. Oh no, he is. Add reinforcement. When would you say going for more damage stops being worth it? That's a very good question, and there's also a good answer for that. Let's say, for instance, that right now, like for my current setup, let's say that I went for more damage even. So, you know, I have like Mushroom Crown, like, you know, stuff that boosts like poison, and then I poison myself on top of everything I'm doing. That's not worth it. That's not good. Why? Because I'm already one-shotting with the Ash of War. So there, it's pointless to do even more damage, basically. And it's the same idea. Let's say you're using like Power Stance Crushers. It's pointless to do more damage if you already like two-shot people and you three-shot like optimized armor. Like even if your damage is higher, if you still three-shot them, it's pointless. So you have to calculate it in amount of hits rather than pure damage. So that's when like more damage starts or stops being useful. Like if you can make your setup one shot instead of two shot, that's really worth it. But if you just do more damage and it's still a two shot, then that's not worth it. Because obviously if you do more damage, chances are, like, you know, you're using Blood Border, sacrificing some defense. You know, if you're using a talisman, you could be using another talisman. It could give you something else, perhaps more defense. So you want to maximize the amount of hits it takes, or minimize, let's say, the amount of hit it takes to kill someone. Ideally a one shot, but that's not possible for every setup. With a lot of stuff though, you can two-shot people. This host is being too nice. Close. Bro. I wasted a lot of E-lings there. Combo, what the hell? Keep hitting them both, but close. Alright. PvE is a little distracting. I don't know if it's desync. I think it might be. Timing was slightly off. We missed a chance to kill him earlier when I did the R1. Like after the R2 I did this. If I just hit R1 again, it was a guaranteed roll catch, so we could have ended it like earlier. It's funny because this host was this host was ganking me earlier with like 3 people and gravitational missile, and we like barely made it out, and then we re-invaded him with like someone else, and he just wanted to 1v1. Like he didn't want to gank after that. But yeah, we've been at it for 4 hours now. I'm probably gonna do like 1 or 2 more invasions and then gonna stop after that. We had some, like, invasions have been slow tonight, but I would say all things considered, I think it was a good stream. I think we had a lot of really good invasions in here. We actually had quite a lot of success against tough ganks too. And the reason for it was actually this Ash legitimately deleted everyone today. I think the 4-player limit thing, I mean, it's not confirmed or anything, but I think it's fair to assume that the player limit thing is likely a thing due to the PS4 and the Xbox Series S, you know, like the lowest out, like the low power consoles, the not so strong consoles, the old ones. I think it's likely due to that. But I don't think it's confirmed or anything. It's just like people speculating, but it makes sense. It does make sense. I can't really see it otherwise. Wait, isn't there a grace here? Oh, there it is. Never mind. Alright guys, we can't find an invasion, so our last invasion is gonna be this guy. And I bet this guy is gonna be harder. Because we're on Nintendoodoo, right? That's gonna be tough. Look at his tanky ass. We keep missing. Oh my god, he hits hard. I'm gonna eel on him. That's not the right eel thing. I thought they would like give me an explosion on the ground or something. I don't even remember what he does. Probably don't want to get hit by that. Or that. Ah, scary. The delays on these attacks is brutal. Oh my god. I'm telling you guys, this guy is stronger than the competition. Bro, stop attacking. Just let me hit you. He hits so hard too. What the fuck? Yo! Oh my god, guys! What the fuck? Yo, he just deleted me! Oh my god. Dude, I've never seen that. That's crazy. It was a good choice to fight him last. It's actually quite challenging. Okay, we're gonna try another approach. And try this again. I'm gonna try the brain dead approach, alright? Check this out. Brain dead approach always works better. Not sure if that's really worth it. Okay, you know what? Can you parry him? That's not the right timing. Let's see if we can parry him instead. Felt like that timing was correct. Can you sleep him? I'm not sure if you can parry him. I feel like that timing was right there as well. But parrying again, maybe not this though. I don't think he can parry him. Alright, no parry. Alright, let's try another approach. I don't want to switch weapon though, like, I want to try beat him with this. I think we can do it. Alright, let's just play. We're just gonna play this normal. We're just gonna dodge and attack back. I'm gonna play like I would normally play. Bro, it went between his legs. Crossed him. these delayed attacks and shit. Man, his moveset is actually quite interesting. Like, this dude actually has he has a bunch of different attacks. And he delays a lot. Uh-oh, that's that's what we don't want to get hit by. Last time that one tapped us. Frosted. No! No! Oh my god. Alright, we got this now. This guy is legit. Well, that was fun. A good way to end it. Alright guys. I'm gonna get off. That's enough for me today. Thanks everyone for coming by. Really appreciate it. Wish you guys a happy rest of the night or have a good day, no matter what time it is for you guys. Right. See you fellas. Catch you guys next time.